More. Hello. It be Wednesday, and also New Year's Eve. Last day of, well, for a good chunk of us last day. I know some people are already on the thingy-mabobby of tomorrow. Near enough. There's like 1 hour left for some people of, having 2025 left. And then for a good few hours, the eastern half at least gets to run the joke of, oh, we're in 2026 and you're all in 2025. Which is never funny. But yes. Well, pretty much understandable jokes. But, pretty much, like, dunno, I was in the mood to also carry on with Atelier, but it's not the quietest thing, although it is pretty chill. There's me hoping I could do stuff off of stream in the meantime, and no, because the way this game is structured is like, I'm just at a part where it's like, next thing, next thing, next thing, so I can't really do anything off of stream, really. I can't even do like little side quests, because the place I need to go into is, also got a cutscene, and I was like, oh. I saw a funny thing in the discussions thingy where one person was upset that there was barely any guys to play, and I'm like, and they were getting very annoyed about that. And as you'd expect with the response from people, it's the typical. People don't really listen to someone that complains about something. But it's a bit odd with the Atelier series, because you expect cute girls. I don't know. It's a really bizarre one. I suppose it's because it's one of the few JRPGs that actually focuses on character development. Yeah, like it does have guy characters, and depending on which one you go for, it can have a nice focus on them, but it was just a very weird thing. Woo! Hello, hello. Welcome. Put like a thicker thing on to keep warm earlier, but now that I'm doing this, I just feel too warm. It's it was a bit colder today. I don't know what. It's probably a bit better now. But at least earlier, like there was frost and such on the grass. But then, as soon as it came to midday and the sun started hitting it, it was quite funny because it looked like the grass was sort of chopped in half. Because half of it was covered in frost, and the other half was just normal looking. It was very bizarre. Very bizarre. And I woke up at a semi-decent time today, kind of, considering I didn't sleep till past 4. I woke up around 10, because the door got knocked. And I was like, oh, the door. But then it ended up disrupting my older doggo, who was resting at the time. He seen that I was there, which wasn't good, because then he wouldn't shut up, because he knew I was here. He doesn't like being alone at the moment. Or maybe that's just a sign of his age. He just doesn't want to be alone. Which is fine. I ended up sitting down with him until he dozed off again. But within half an hour, he woke up again, and I'm like, oh. It's like, I'm not gonna sit with you all day and do nothing. That's just horrible. Yes. More. It's always weird with that ear. It's the same as my own ear, ironically. That's weird, seeing it twice. Or Feedy. Thank you for the 5 months. A yellow mandarin fish. But thank you. I do appreciate it. On Christmas Eve? My god, I'm going back in time. New Year's Eve! Let me grab your name. Oh. Thank you again. How am I doing? Yeah, I'm okay. Technically, I woke up a bit earlier than I'd been used to. I kept, as I've kept waking up at like, you know, later and later, waking up in somewhat of a morning feels tiring. So God help me when I have to actually get up in the early morning. But yeah, I'm glad I did. It means I might actually, you know, be tired in more appropriate times, and it will help fix thingies, my pattern. That's okay. I'm glad you keep stopping by. I do appreciate that you are here, and that you visit and stuff, so yeah. Thank you, thank you. Let me just get my menus back up. I wish there was a button where it could just bring all this stuff up for me. Oh, I don't dispute how I can be. I'm just polite to people. Especially if they're like nice and polite back. It's like, why would I not be? I think being rude to someone you've never met is obviously quite rude. But like, I don't know. There's no reason to be odd. Yeah. I think I do for the most part. Although I know how I can be, so I tend to be quiet just so I can see how a person actually is, because my engagement usually is not that great. But yeah. Whoa. That's why. Yes. But I was very much tempted to play some more Atelier, just because one, it's gonna take forever anyway, but also because, well, it's gonna... I feel it's one of those games that... Oh. I upped the difficulty, yeah, because things were being really easy, and then as I ended stream yesterday, I unlocked a few other places, like the dungeon thingies. Ironically, as I went in there, I was allowed to go into the higher floors. Yeah, things hit hard. It turned into exactly what I would imagine hard and stuff to be, of you actually need decent crafted gear if you want to, you know, get by okay. So I was like, oh, here's the difficulty. But yeah, it'll be very slowly, but I will definitely improve things with the ASMR stuff. specifically for tomorrow, or the entirety of next year? I am quite good. I need to become amazing. Oh, there's the doggo. No plans tomorrow. There'll be a stream, but tomorrow is like my last day off, sadly. I still don't know why work doesn't just give us the Friday off, but you know, whatever. You're having dinner with your parents. I hope it ends up being a nice meal. It's good when you have tasty food. But as for next year, I have no idea. I get a distinct feeling, and considering it's my intuition, I don't like it, because my intuition is usually quite spot on. But I get the feeling work's gonna get very annoying. But as for streaming things, I don't know. I have stuff I need to, well, stuff that I can improve on, and work on getting something to help the ASMR side of things. But there are times where I feel like I just want to play games more. But then there are times where I don't mind taking it easy. So I feel like I should be, considering I am in charge of my own schedule. Why does this keep appearing every day? Just go away. I should be more flexible with my schedule, I feel. But I know people like having a form of, like, consistency? But we'll see. Because it's kind of hard to decide with the Wednesday, Thursday. Because, like, there were quite a few times where not much of anything was kind of happening. I don't know. It's a mixer. A mix of things. Predictability? I mean, I've been consistent when I've been streaming. The only time I took any time off was when I was, like, properly ill, and even then I was off briefly, not even a week. But otherwise, I've been streaming every day. Oh, sorry. At least, because it started out with 4 days, didn't it? So it's been a mix of 4 to 5 days. And people get used to the fact that Wednesdays are usually ASMR, as are Thursdays, and same with Saturday. But like, if I'm really feeling like doing a particular thing on a day, then I shouldn't really hesitate to change. But that's the whole point of a schedule. Because then, you know, I can decide for the week what I might go to do. And then people are like, oh okay, this is happening those days. For any that would check. But I am the type to be like, what do I really feel like today? And obviously that's not really a heads up at all. Because I get that way. If someone was to spring something on me suddenly, especially within the day, I'd be like, what the hell? Meh. Kind of thing. Like I like knowing in advance. I still need to sort a few things out. But, oh yeah. They're not so fun things. But once they're sorted, well, it should be good. It's gotten so much worse. He used to just barely bark at things, and now he just seems to bark at anything. I think it's literally because he doesn't get taken on walks as much. But, that little one is not my responsibility. I said it wouldn't be. It's towards the old one, not the young one. They made that choice. What is this? Found something odd on top of this. No idea. No idea what that was. Looked weird. Goodness. Such yawning. Wow. Like I said before, my nose is usually perfectly fine, but whenever it comes to ASMR, well, I suddenly just start yawning a lot. And then because I'm yawning, my nose then gets a bit like, I can't win. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen some people, when they do ASMR, that they're not just solely doing ASMR. And lately I've started to notice people putting on like background sounds that they've done. So then it always seems like they're doing something, but half the time I feel like people kind of just stick something on and then they go and do something else in the meantime while just doing something basic and then keeping eye on chat or something, and I'm just like, are you doing ASMR or are you just passing the time? Like, what are you doing? But I suppose it helps. Or it varies, doesn't it? You yawn a lot when you go to the gym. Shouldn't that be the other way around? Like, a lot of oxygen is getting pumped into you. And it makes you yawn. Because you don't know how to breathe properly. I mean, when you yawn, you do take in a lot of oxygen. That's a strange one, though. I think as long as I'm kept active in some way, I'm usually okay. But ASMR is a very... unless it's whispering, the focusing. Focusing and yawning. Ah, yes. You have to be careful if you're lifting things that actually... well, I guess anyone should be careful with if they're lifting weights, but yeah. When you get to the section where it's just like, oh, these could really do me in. Like, it's only been a handful of times, but the amount of times I've seen people that have been like, either they're gym training or something, and then they're like, oh yeah, I broke my arm at the gym, and I'm like, it's like, what? Recently able to bench press 100 kilograms? Nice. I'm lucky if I can... well, then again, I can't really say, because it's not proper, like, gym gear that I'm trying to lift. Because, like I said, mine ranges from, like, 20 to 40 kilograms that I would be comfortable lifting. But again, the size and shape of the item can be really bulky or cumbersome, so it's not designed to do that sort of thing. Three years and 3 months. Oh, very nice. I'm definitely a lot weaker than that. I mean, 100 kilograms is like a lot of people don't even weigh that much. And plenty way above it, but like, I mean, I weigh like what? 60 something kilograms. You're around 70. That is pretty crazy. Yeah, because the muscle's gonna add weight. Technically, maybe I could say the same, but considering the type of work I do, I think that's the reason I've not... It hasn't really grown too much or gone any higher. Like, it probably grew a tiny bit, and then it doesn't go any further. Oh, you started swimming. Swimming is literally one of the few that is good for everything. Because, well, it uses everything in your body. Then you got bored and you got into your current gym. I probably should go to a gym, but I just don't want to pay for it. And I don't necessarily need a gym, I just need to focus on stuff. Pretty cheap deal. That's always good. Yeah. I feel like gyms are helpful if they're actually a good deal. Yeah, like that's a good deal. But when I see it would be like, you know, $60, $70 plus a month, maybe even higher, and I'm just like, I don't really want to pay that every month. Don't even have working AC. Who needs AC? Just bring water. How the hell can they not fix it? Where's their resources going? Anywhere but the gym, that bodes well. I bet they don't even maintain the equipment. I mean, for a long time you don't need to, but you're gonna have to eventually. Oh, great. I remember in my old workplace, when they went to go clean the AC, it was just like covered in dust, like inside, so it needed the clean. But this is the thing, they cleaned it, and then we went to use it, and it just like puffed out a load of dust, and it's like, how is this clean? How on earth did the person who cleaned it not turn it back on to check that it's, you know, clean? The rubber on the machines is burned. That doesn't sound very good. What next when something properly breaks? They're like, we're accepting donations. Can you imagine a gym saying that? We accept donations. Not the monetary kind either. I mean donations like equipment. You'd probably have someone who has better equipment than they do. Such poop. I swear I've moved. Oh, as long as one makes it, close enough. Great googly moogly. Such first bugger though. I think if I was able to, I would start around maybe this sort of time, if I were able to. But oh well. Welcome in. The New Year's Eve the New Year's Eve. Days don't really differ much, other than, you know, I'm off or not. That's about the only difference with my days. Any good food? Same old? Do people have like special food for New Year's? Is that a normal thing? Usually what we have from Christmas usually tides over, and it sort of progresses and lasts for a little bit because there's so much, but this year it kind of just, I think it lasted for like 2 days and then that was it, which is surprising. But no, it'll probably just be something normal or basic, I imagine. Unless something has been saved in reserves for the New Year's that I don't know about, but I see. From my experience, these days are just like any other. Just trickles over into the new year, and then I'm like, okay, it's the next year now. Although, isn't it almost the next year for you? Or is that in a little while longer? Agree? No, 3.5 hours. Okay. Well, for Fuji then, it'll be next year in about 4 minutes. And then I can't remember if Australia is even further ahead or if they're about the same as Japan. I forget. Yeah, I hope you have a happy new year as well. 8 hours left. Then give it the headbutts. More. Yeah, so Australia is ahead. Okay. Just so Australia's ahead. Okay. Because then I hopefully can remember. Happy New Year. I never know which part of the name to go for. Whether to go for like Evander or just to go for like Lynn or something. They have 4 to 5 time zones? Do they? Why? I know they're fairly spread out across the coast, but that just seems insane. 4 to 5 time zones? This is why I'm semi-glad to where I am. Just one time zone and that's about it. Yay for being an island. Just one time zone. Doesn't matter which part of the country you're in. China has a single time zone. For once, good on 'em. Good on 'em. It just makes it easier. I get that it's a large country and it, you know, but time is something we made up anyway, so because we like to categorize things and keep things organized. That's why time exists. We need it to measure things. So good on China. It's like one country, one time zone. It's like good. Cool. Yep. We're all on the same planet after all. We all stick with 24 hours as a day. So, unless you live on Mars or something, there's no reason to have a different time zone. I get it, we have a day and a night time different to everybody else when it hits, but yeah. It's fascinating. What the things that we come up with, or China having a singular time zone? Right. Yeah. I think they probably went, what was it they went with? Like, where the sun would be any time in the world, what the time would equate to. Something like that. Also, I couldn't decide what to play, like, well, a week or two ago. And I said this would happen. I have time off, so I wouldn't know what to do. And then the moment I have time off, I now suddenly want to play like 3 different things. It always gets this way, I feel. Yeah, but I want to play them all on stream. Like, I want to play Star Ocean. Number 4, the one where people deem it to be kind of the worst and stereotypical. It's like, yeah, but it's just so good. Oh, and I think I figured out why, minus the previous game of the Atelier game, I think I know why it looks the way it looks. Because I was saying, like, the textures seem a bit low. And initially I was like, oh, because they make it for the Switch in mind. And I was like, well, that would make sense, because you're not going to have, you know, high fidelity graphics on a Switch. And if you're simply just porting the Switch version, that would explain a lot. But it was also the case of, because it was Team Ninja that actually made this game. Hang on a second. Give me a second. More. There we go. It seems like for those that were working today, they've let them go a bit early. Why even bother have them coming in for work if you're just gonna send them home? But I suppose... well... it's like they send them an hour early. You know, an hour before they would actually finish. They send them a bit earlier home. And it's like, well, how did the day go? And then you hear them and it's just like, well, we didn't really do anything because there wasn't much to do. And it's like, what's the point of even coming into work around this time? Why even bother? That's why I imagine, like, this Friday to be for me. Like, I highly doubt I just don't think it's gonna be very busy on, you know, the first proper work day. of the year. Because the 1st of January, no one's really gonna be proper. And I highly doubt anyone's gonna have been able to send any deliveries prior. So it's just like, why even bother having me come in for a Friday? Really, if I was the company, I would have gone, yeah, this seems really stupid. Everybody just take the day off and, we'll start fresh on the Monday. Exactly. God forbid if they try to train me on certain other things that I don't want to do. Like, it's ironic, isn't it? It's like, you stick to what you do and don't want to do, but when it comes to work, you kind of meant to make exceptions and be like, fine, I'll do it because who the hell's drilling? Who the hell drills on New Year's Eve? Oh god. Hang on. That's so stupid. Also forgot that my headphone cable goes under the microphone thingy. No, there's someone across the road drilling on the outside of their home to what looks like they're trying to pull up lights. Why? It's bloody... it's New Year's Eve. Why are you putting up lights now? Surely you would have done that for Christmas. Happy New Year, duck. But yeah, they're drilling into brick. Just what you want when you're trying to, have things be the way that they are. Someone drilling in the background. Hey Jarko. Hello, hello. Enjoy the drill. Always, always. Bloody drill. Oh yeah. Could you imagine drilling ASMR? It probably would be kinda nice, as long as it's not too direct. I feel like any sound could potentially be okay, depending on how close or far it ends up being for the sound to enter. So, yeah. Now it's set him off because he's noticed there's someone doing something outside. I mean, ASMR is just to do with a response to the sounds and malarkey. Yeah. Sounds that will never be nice. A baby crying. A child's voice. Anything to do with a baby. Dogs. I don't know. Within a degree. Construction sounds. Crying baby. You know what's funny though? Because when I first moved into this house, they were still doing construction. So I can sleep through construction sounds. That's okay. I can't sleep through a baby. It's too... Regardless of if you're male or female, I feel like it's built into a human being to deal with the cry of a baby. But construction sounds, if I'm tired enough, I can sleep through it. It's okay. Like, I'm used to the banging, I'm used to the drilling, I'm used to the mixing, and you know, the machines that will like send vibrations galore into the ground. Like, I'm fine with them. Although that said, it was like further down the street, so it was slightly muffled. If it was right outside my house, that's a bit different. But even if it's just like slightly down the street, I can, you know, ignore it. True. They are very noisy things. I still like the Japanese way of things. Or, because they do have it over here to some degree as well. When you have big vehicles reversing, I don't like them making a sound to get your attention, but I like it when someone's talking saying, oh, please watch out, we're reversing, or something like that. Like, I don't know, I like those sorts of things. More than a sound. Because again, I can drown out a voice, I can't drown out some high-pitched sound that's purposely trying to scream at me. Happy New Year's Eve. Gusto, hello. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Happy New Year. is treating you well. Never a good time when things are blocked, but take something that will hopefully help, and yeah, hope you're able to get some rest. Oh, and Happy New Year to you. I know you said Eve for me, but I can say normal to you. How's the new year treating you? How does it feel? Yeah, it cans. It is currently 21 minutes past midnight over there. You slept 12 plus hours? Well, you slept more than me. I slept a decent amount. I slept, 6. Yes, I slept 6 hours. Not too shabby. And always good to be feeling snug. Always a good feeling. Yeah, see? 6 is decent. 2026 is a good year, you can already feel it. So many people have been saying that. My gut is telling me otherwise, and my gut has never been wrong. But that's in towards my own work, not the year itself. So yeah, I'm not looking forward to my work. But yeah, for the year itself, who knows? I have no idea how that will be. 12 plus hours sleep. Oh damn. That's a lot of sleep. That's like, if you were to count my normal day's amount of sleep that I get, that's like 3 days worth of sleep. Your back feels sore? Sounds like you need something rubbed on it. Like, just something to ease the soreness. You mentally feel better. Well, that is always a good thing. I feel like it's especially good to be able to start a year mentally strong. Or, like, more mentally prepared, I should say. But it depends on the first 3 months for you. March time. Kinda. I sort of know how it tends to go with these months. although not much is happening in January. Plenty will happen in February. It usually tends to. March is... we'll see territory. I feel like March is like the pivotal point of how maybe the year will go for stuff. But yes. Happy New Year. Yeah, understandable, Yagi. And it bodes well as well, because I feel like people will kind of be looking, because Lord knows plenty of companies tend to get rid of a lot of people during or just before Christmas time, and then try hiring, and some people just end up not being able to, so yeah. Hope it goes well. Real fun begins after July. After July? What, like August? I mean, yeah, it starts getting towards the end of the year. And the last 4 months like to just go whoosh. Yeah. I'll be hoping Yagi finds something that's like, you know, decent enough. And for you as well, Gusto. It's good finding a job, but it's a lot better when it's you know, something that you kind of don't mind, or it actually ends up being good, so that's even better. So yeah, I wish you both good luck. Oh damn. Damn. Completely closing at the end of November. Damn. That's pretty crazy. We've got some people at my work, and my place always ends up doing this. They end up supposedly hiring too many people, and then they get told that they need to let some people go. Even though they have been doing the job fine, and they're like, oh yeah, we have too many people anyway. And then lo and behold, as soon as they start getting rid of these people, things pick up, and, you know, it just becomes a very stressful time for everybody. And then we're forced to pick up the slack of other people, and it's just... Supposedly, the other contract that's in with us has been calling us lazy because they don't see us do much work. And it's like, do you even know the work that we do? And do you know how many people's worth of jobs we are doing per person? Ridiculous. Like several of us are doing like at least 3 or 4 people's worth of job each. And then when people are off because of holiday or whatever, we're then having to cover their work on top of it, and it's just like, okay. And they wonder why we end up not caring. I'm kind of glad I have this weird demeanor, where if there's something I really don't want to do, 1, I never agree to it, and 2, if I'm forced to do something, like I get no say, it is the worst way to make me try and do something. So I will take the absolute longest time to do it. And obviously, that doesn't work too well. So they end up not giving me these jobs to do. And And I'm like, well, you asked me to do it, I'm doing it. I'm not doing it to my best, but I don't want to do it, so... I don't obviously say that, but... it's helped. Besides, I help enough as it is. It makes me wonder what my company's like in Japan, because we do have... obviously the company I work for is like all around the world, and they are in Japan as well. I just want to know how they do things. God, if I ever saw a position for Japan, I would love to maybe go there, because I get the feeling I might actually be treated well. Pretty much, Gusto. Pretty much. They didn't treat me well for a long time, and then suddenly they started being very nice to me. Which was very weird, I'm not gonna lie. Like, they even gave me praise. The reason this is weird is because in all the years I've worked there, they've never once praised me like they did there. They were basically being investigated for certain things. So, don't you love when suddenly people start being nice just because they're being investigated by someone who has the authority to do something against them? Funny that, isn't it? I always talk about the most non-fun things. Well, unless it's about games. Either way, in the 5 years plus that I've worked there now, that was the only time that I ended up getting, like, Employee of the Month. The only time. So it makes me feel like I didn't... I mean, I fully deserved it. I was helping so much. But it doesn't feel like it should have been given to me, you know? Because it was just randomly given to me because of the circumstances. So, yeah. Anyway, moving on to the more fun things in life. Games! There's so many I want to end up playing. And that's before what I properly know comes out next year. Raki, hello! Hope you're doing well. Hello, Spectra. Hope you're doing well. I feel like that should be a thing. For the people I know that are sort of okay with me saying hello, I'll say hello. But currently, yeah, there's a bunch I want to play. Like, obviously we're playing the new Atelier with its name that will forever be really, really hard for me to say. But I kind of want to play Rune Factory 4 as well. I blame Mayu for this because of playing farming sim games, and then I'm just like really in the mood for one. Being good, just hungry, and the smell of the goulash in the oven doesn't make it better. Oh, it's good though because there's stuff in the oven. It's like anticipation for tasty food ahead. It shall be a good time. Atalia, the oh, Atelier, yeah, begins with an A, but yeah, it's just the way it's said, because it's a French word, I believe. But the country anime people think, you could say country in a way. They're just they're in a region that needs restoring. All we know so far is that there was a red mist, which by the looks of it didn't harm people, but it brought monsters there. I really hope it's not due to alchemy, because I swear this is always what ends up happening in Atelier games. Like, alchemy ends up causing some great disaster, and that's why the art of it got forgotten or something, because it brought some crazy thing with it. Oh yeah, I was saying earlier of why I think it looks worse, texture-wise. And I was saying because it's made for the Switch and then ported off of the Switch. That's why things look so-so. But I don't even think it's that. I mean, it's partially that, but the game originally was a mobile title, not the one that was been made, but it uses the same universe and resources. And the first game that they did was, for this one, was a mobile game. And I think they've just taken the assets from that one and then worked from it. So that explains a lot of why it looks the way it does. Because I ended up looking at the older Atelier games of like Sophie 2, for example. Things I can say that the new ones do better. I hope you have a good nap. When I looked at Sophie 2, I will say I think like texture wise on the stuff it looks better. The way they've done everything. Slightly different art style, yes. But it does look better. However, the animations and such are stiffer. That's something that the newer games do better, is that the animations are improved a lot, and even the facial animations are done really well. That's what it actually does good. But the textures for the model, or like the the items of clothing and such, and even just the environment, are very low. I would like them to fix that. Obviously not with the game itself, but going forward, I would like them to, make it look better. Because everything else in it is really nice. I mean, yeah, it is. But like, that's why you're supposed to have graphical options in the first place. Like, so then it can run on low-end machines, and you still make it look somewhat nice. But for people who would have the strength in their machines, and considering Atelier games aren't really the most demanding thing on any machine anyway, it would be nice to just have a little bit more to the textures, just to tidy up. It doesn't have to be anything massive. Because what is it? The new Atelier games, like 10 gigs? But Sophie 2, that came out like 3 years ago, is like 25 gigs, just about. I know that doesn't mean much, but that will be solely just down to textures. Or better yet, not that they would, but release like a high definition texture pack. The only issue with that is it can cause problems. And sadly it is Koei at the end of the day, and all they're interested in is making money. Like most companies are, but Koei don't sugarcoat it, like they just want money. I think it would be difficult, but I'm sure if someone was dedicated enough, maybe. It's just a lot of it in it looks really nice, like anything to do with the face and the head of any of the like main models look really nice. But the clothing just needs, a lift. Yeah, like I really like how they've done the eyes in the game. Like they've put a multi-layer for the eye. So I have one for the shine, you've then got the sort of pupil thingies, and then there's a thing behind the pupil that has sort of an interesting pattern, and it seems to vary from every model, so everyone's got an interesting looking pair of eyes, and they look very full of life. So I really like how they've done the eyes. It's a very simple thing to do, but good results. So very nice there. I didn't take any screenshots. And ironically, it's something you notice more in cutscenes, because I think it's easier to get closer to the character model in cutscenes than it is on your own. there is a photo mode, so you could probably, hopefully, zoom in enough. Actually, I wonder if the main screen has it. Let me have a look. You can see their eyes, but it's not really, it's not zoomed in. Damn it. Wonder if I can. I could probably start up the game. The thing is, I have it running at like 120 frames. I'm gonna have to lower that initially. Also, all you'll hear from my PC is like, oh. Is my gaming side even got this microphone attached? I'm pretty sure it does, for when I tried gaming ASMR. Yes, it does. Okay. Alright, give me a second. That is true. That is true. Probably, if I was to boot it up, I'd probably end up playing it, to be fair. Me wants to progress again. Not to mention, I can't exactly, like, link you to a VOD, because, as anybody knows, one, YouTube butchers things, in terms of quality, and two, I think even the video I download from Twitch isn't as good as if you were to get it when you'd catch me streaming, so who knows. When I looked at my VOD yesterday, things looked very bright, like excessively so. So I've ended up turning down the brightness, because that's all I can really touch. And hope that that will make a difference. But, yeah. The way the eyes are done, when you can notice it, and the way... Just the way the entire head is on the models is really nice. I just wish the same level went to the rest of the, like, articles of clothing and such. Especially when it comes to, like, little details that might be little patterns or something that's stuck onto the item. But it's still a really nice game. I was just trying to understand why it looked a bit not as good as it could be, sort of thing. But if the Switch and mobile are anything to go by, that would make sense. And ironically, it makes me want to play Sophie too. I'm just like, yeah, this one was great. But look at Sophie. The only downside will be with Sophie's the expressions probably won't be as fluent. That's the only downside. Even though, ironically, Sophie is in this game. I get the feeling that one will still forever be my favourite. There was just a lot done right with it. And surprisingly, the combat, even though it's turn-based, it gets pretty crazy as you get, like, deeper into the game. It gets pretty crazy. Bubbles. Oh, great googly moogly. Hello, Keely. Thank you for the headpats. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoop. And thank you for the ether charge as well. Hope you're doing well. My cup is fairly full. Oh. Such 25 stream streak. Happy New Year's Eve day, it all. It do be for a chunk of people the last day of the year, and for some they're already on next year. But yes, thank you for the 25. Such 25. Very nice. Hello Rain. Hello, hello. Hope you're able to get some good rest. Way 169. Although we know that the most important number is 39, but yes. It's kind of sick. Heresy. How dare your body... How dare something invade your body? There we go. Happy New Year? It's near enough there. Happy New Year. We are in... Well, I was going to say we're in the final hours, but it's still like, you know, a bit of the day to go through yet, but we are in the final hours of a new dawn, as they would say, something like that. Been very addicted to turn-based strategy games lately. Hear a lot of people don't like turn-based strategy, but it's kind of refreshing being able to control everything super precisely. Yes. Yes, exactly. I never have any issues with turn-based because it's, well, you know, I grew up on turn-based things as well as a great many other things, so I am perfectly fine with turn-based. I like when they potentially try to just add new things on top of turn-based things. I think it can make things pretty interesting. Like, there is no reason to get rid of turn-based games at all. They have their use, and like you say, you're usually able to like control or at least be very precise with things, which can be very, very enjoyable because you kind of can plan things out and be like, yeah, let's do this thing. Like timing mini games, in a way, yeah. Like, yeah. Because it's funny, if you take like Expedition 33 as an example, people liking, you know, if you time your parries in time, then, you know, you take no damage, and if you get it all spot on, you strike back. Not the first time a game has done such a thing, as much as many will be like, I've never seen this before. It's like, you just don't play very many games, that's all. But like, there's other games that have added systems like that, where you do things in the nick of time to either block the damage or negate something. Ironically, the new Atelier game has something like that. You can block, and if you get it at the right time, it doesn't negate the whole damage. It's still just a block, after all. But if the move that the enemy was doing was going to have a status effect, if you do it perfectly, you don't actually receive the status effect. So it keeps it a bit more hands-on for the turn-based stuff. The only thing I will say I don't like in the new one is that it seems random every turn. Well, not every turn, but like there are some turns where it can give you a buff or a debuff, and that seems cool. But when you're in a place, and more often than not, it keeps giving you a debuff after a certain amount of turns, or maybe instantaneously at the first turn, and it puts like poison on you, and it does a boatload of damage. It's one of those games where status effects really do a lot. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one, because it's not something that anyone has control over. It's just random. Completely random. You can steal status effects from the... Yeah, like, I was trying to make note of, like, if maybe... Because if you do... It introduced it early in the game, where if you defeat the enemy, and it was going to get a buff, then when you beat them, because you beat them, instead of it going on to them, it then goes on to you. And I was like, oh cool, okay, you can steal status effects. Interesting. But a lot of the times, especially when you're fighting bosses, something you can't kill in one hit. At least currently. Well, yeah, not usually. And it's just like, randomly my bugger will get poisoned, and I'm just like, why? What happened? Why are you randomly poisoned? And it doesn't disappear after a number of turns. I have to heal it or kill the enemy in time, else it just persists. And it's annoying. I don't know why it's done that way. Maybe it's to keep things not samey. I get the feeling it's done so that things aren't samey. Great googly moogly. Thank you for the head pats. I think it is done that way on purpose though. They do it that way so that, you know, it's just to keep things, you know, tense or something. Like another thing you need to deal with is like, okay, well I need to get rid of this. Do I have any items that have limited use, by the way, that you have to craft? It's like, do I have any of them that actually have poison cure? Yes? Okay, use it. Anyway, I shall do some, well, the Ponton for boss. also, Rain, I hope you get well soon. I sort of said so before, like, how dare something try and make you sick, but yes. Yeah, I hope it goes away soon. That was the Ponton, aka the Japanese epic. is when I do cotton pants. Left one barely moves at all, but the right one keeps moving constantly. I have to keep trying to adjust it. Madness. Oh yeah, when I was looking at Rune Factory, 4 is kind of old. I remember it being on the DS. But like, I forgot that there's no like... Basically, if I'm to go for the girls, I can't be female myself. I have to be a guy in that world. Else, my only romanceable partners are gonna be other men, and well, none of them interest me in that game. I like the kind of stoic butler lady. Although, it's ironic because the last time I went to go play it, way back then, when it was on the DS, I didn't know that, so I was playing as a female. My word. I would never have had a chance. Oh, heresy. Although it's strange, because there's different modes. You've got like the base game, and then there seems to be like a newlyweds mode, whatever that entails. And then I think there's like a special episode thingy, which is something you're supposed to do after you complete the game. But it's one of those where it's all accessed through the main menu. But it's still a bit weird that you can have a newlyweds mode before you've even done anything. Oh, such boops. Whoops. Whoops. Moops and pokes. It's tempting though. I'm pretty sure the only time I yawn is ASMR. Usually it makes sense. Actually, it makes sense a bit today. I didn't go back to bed, thank God. When I awoke, by the time I got back upstairs, because I was trying to have my demon dog just rest. It was already past 12, and I'm like, no point going back to bed, because if I do, it's gonna be, you know, I'd wake up at like past 1 or something, and wouldn't be worth it. Madness. Good old scribbling. More. Oh yeah, and there's always a point with the Atelier games. They always end up releasing like a DX edition, which is funny because that usually means deluxe, but it's basically like you know how back in the day they used to do, you'd have a game and if it did really well they would end up having like the PS2 would have its platinum based games, so it'd be sold at a much cheaper price, but it's like the complete version, so to speak. That's basically what DX is for the Atelier stuff. Usually comes with all the DLC that it released within the year or two. And yeah, it comes with everything they released for a cheaper price. But obviously you have to wait like, what, a number of years after it's already come out. Because they've always done it. They just take ages going about it. Which is fair. Because technically it's one of those win-win situations. Yes, you're giving us the same game again, but hopefully updated with all the bits and bobs at a cheaper price, so yay. And it doesn't really cost them much because it's already things that have been made. So really it's just extra money for them. But it's good for those that can wait, because they do overcharge their DLCs a lot. Like there's usually always a costume set and a character, like additional characters kind of thing, but for some reason they charge them at exorbitant prices. Very strange. Yeah. What surprises me is this latest one that's come out is because it's like it's either 20 or the 25th anniversary for the series, and what they did was they ran a poll, well not a poll, it's sort of a poll. They asked, mainly in Japan, because it's very popular in Japan still, but they asked them like, what are out of all the Alchemist games that have been released, it was basically a popularity test, like which ones would you want to see kind of thing. I think it was like Totoro and, well that's what I nickname it too, because the ending bit always catches me out, but Totoro and Sophie I think were first, so they're in it. Can't remember who was third. Oh yeah, like Isha was there as well. She was up there, but apparently you can't have more alchemy-based characters. I guess they kept Totoro because she has a very unique way of doing things. Oh no, character popularity. It was so they knew who to add in this game specifically. Because this is one of those rare games where they just are able to cross over a load of different characters from different worlds because of how this game's story works. So yeah, it was character popularities. I think Logi was... I always go to say Loki. Like it's Logy. I'm pretty sure it's Logi. But he was like up there as well. But apparently because... I don't know, there was a reason they didn't really add him in as in like a playable character. He's in the game but as a cameo. Even though he was one of the top bunch to have in the game. So I have no idea why they didn't add him. Apparently he's either too... I don't know their reasonings, it's very strange. One of the people they did end up putting in, he's like from some of the really old Atelier games, but he's in your party from the get-go. And what's weird is he was listed as like 25th in the list of characters, so I don't know how he made it. If he was 25th, it was very strange. Capricorn, hello. Hello, hello. How goes? How goes the day? Oh yeah. They also added a witch, but she was kind of just by proxy, sort of in there. Took the day off, feeling lazy. I wish I could take Friday off for feeling lazy, but you know. If they send me home early, I'm going to be like, what the hell is the point in coming in Friday? Like, I will welcome being sent home early on Friday, but I will also question and be annoyed because I will just be like, what a pointless day. But yeah, I'm doing okay. I woke up at a bit more of a better time today. Thank you for the head pats. Yeah, I woke up at, well, 10, which for me is good, considering I've been going to bed and waking up way past into the afternoon lately. I'll save that drink for a second. But doing ASMR always makes me yawn. Yes. Yes, yes. More! True. Especially if people are trying to take it easy for the day. Not a bad thing. I'm probably one of the few who'll sit here, keep yawning and just chat along with people, or on my own, at times. I think it's more of just I haven't been up in any form of the morning in a long while, so God forbid when I have to wake up at like 5 on Friday, I'm just gonna be not awake at all and be tired. Oh! Such 30 stream streak. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Yeah, at least I'm not at work on the last day of the year. That's good. And technically I start at the beginning of the year. Not tomorrow, but the 2nd. But considering it falls on a Friday, I really think the company should have just looked at that and gone, yeah, this is really stupid, just everyone have Friday off, come in on the Monday. We're all start then, ready for the new year. That would have been nice. But thank you again for the 30 stream. Oh. If only, yeah, I know, that would mean a form of common sense and decency. That's me every day though. Just worn. And then on the Friday I'm not quite so much like that because I'm just happy that I won't have to be in work. Briefly. And something I realised with Atelier, I'm pretty sure it has like Viginet and stuff on, which I can't turn off because it's not in the options. I wonder if I can disable it and it wouldn't break it. Because I was looking at things and then I looked at like the edges of the screen and I'm like, they look a bit dark, like purposefully so. So I was thinking, because the only things you can turn off are the bloom and the light shafts. Okie dokie. Enjoy your dinner. Bye bye. Yes. Happy New Year. Night night. It's very laid back today, which is no surprise. Oh. It makes me wonder if I want to do ASMR tomorrow. I don't know. I just want to carry on with the game. gold. Goodness. Goodness, goodness. Oh yeah, I do want to play that Time Girl thing. I just don't know how it will be. It's a QTE game. It's purely just a QTE game. It was back in the day, like way back in the day. But considering it's done as like an 80s anime, I don't know how some things will be. But it still counts as a game. It's definitely tempting to see how it would be. Pochi. Oh yeah, the Fantasy Life I is also on sale, kind of. Not for much, but it's got one. But it's a game that has like kernel level access anti-cheat. It's one of those. And I was like, why the hell does a single player game need kernel level? That's a very obvious answer. They just want access to your machine. But yeah, supposedly that's just for the multiplayer side of things. Like there is multiplayer, but like if you never bother with it, it doesn't use it. And I'm like, that doesn't change the fact that you need to install the game, and with it's gonna come that stupid thingy, else I assume it wouldn't start. It was just a very odd, a very silly choice in my opinion. When you're putting those kind of things on, it just makes things awkward. But it might be one of the few things I go to check on the console for. because I don't care what you want from my console, because it's the console. What's it gonna have on it? Not much. True. Yeah, that's why I won't get it on PC. And why I avoided it in the first place. It was the same for Battlefield 6. It looked interesting, and I remember going to try it out. And then I seen that it needed like kernel level access, which I haven't even turned on the things that are needed for that to be, you know, able to be a thing on my PC. And they're like, oh, do this, do that, blah blah blah. I briefly took a look to see if I could even do it. It wouldn't. Not with the way things were explained to me. So I was like, I ain't touching this. So I couldn't give it a go, and I was like, oh, okay, well I'm just not gonna play it then, because I ain't messing something on my PC. There's no reason for you to have that kind of access to my PC. Absolutely zero reason. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if that kind of thing is on there, and you want me to have that to be able to play your game, I'm just not gonna play it. Because that's just unacceptable. But no one seems to really care. You have some people mention it, but it seems like the majority don't care. I mean, you even seen, you see like quite large YouTubers and stuff not care, obviously. And I'm just like, yeah, no. That's why I feel it's important to actually have two types of machines. Like, you should have one that is solely just about playing games. So then even if they try to get information from your PC, there would be like no information on it because all you do is play games on it. If they're trying to do things of like find more personal information, it won't be there because it's going to be on the other PC. Like the one away from the other. But one, I don't have the space for that, and two, I don't have the money. So, no double PC for me. That is true. Virtual machines are definitely demanding of performance, and considering most games nowadays run like ass, that doesn't really help things. Unless you're able to fiddle with it yourself. Which is quite funny. Because you have some people turn some bits and bobs off that are, you know, not compromising the quality of the game, and it ends up running better sometimes. It's quite funny. I remember back in the day with Nier Automata, when it came out on PC, or, you know, when I played it on PC, and it ran horribly. I was like, what the hell? And I was looking around and I was like, graphically, I was thinking to myself, this isn't even a very good looking game. Like, there's not a lot going on. The models are nice, but like there wasn't much happening in the environment, and the grass looked bad. But then I turned the ambient occlusion off, so it removed a lot of the crap that the grass was actually trying to do. And night and day, I went from it having a frame rate all over the place to suddenly solid 60. I was like, what the hell is the ambient occlusion doing? But whatever it was doing, it was something to do with that grass. The bad looking grass. And it removed it from that grass, and the performance was rock solid after that. And it didn't really make it look any worse, so I was like, sure, okay. Works for me. Still want the Drakengard series on PC though, because those are very dark games. Like, people think the Nier series is very sad and stuff, and all the things that happen into it are kind of messed up a bit. But it's just like, that's nothing compared to the Drakengard series. And besides, Nier only took off because of Automata. As sad as that is to say, that's the only reason that series took off. Because of 2B. And 9S as well. But mainly 2B. And then suddenly people care about the Nier series. Thank you for the head pat spread. And hello Midnight. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're both doing well. Oh, blimey. Be doing the clanging globes, both normal and then it turns into like, I think a reverb afterwards. Good old clanging globes. I liked how they sounded, so that's why I've kept them. Like, they remind me of when you clang marbles together. And then when you would, with the reverb on, they sort of emphasize the slight high pitch thingy that happens to it towards the end, which is kind of nice. So I like both. The loofers. Okay, we'll do some loofers for at least 5 minutes is usually the length for loofers. Yeah. Luckily I can stop those things whenever. But hey Pem! Welcome in! Welcome in everybody! It is indeedy. Hope you had a good stream. Wow, welcome in. Hello! How was your stream? Fair enough. Sad days of the work. Especially on New Year's Eve. Well, hopefully you don't get any more ill when you're at work. And hopefully work just goes, oh yes, go home earlier than expected. That's always the hope. Or it should be at least. My mouse does not like me scrolling. Ever. But yes. Welcome in, Julia. Welcome in, Neri. Welcome in, Pam. I will always go in order. Welcome in again, Fuji. Hello, hello. That is everybody. Okie dokie. And thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. You wish. Oh, it's not even the Twitch chat thingy. OBS is weird. When I try scrolling, it initially doesn't actually scroll. And I have to I think it's to save not actually moving in case I catch the scroll wheel or something. So I have to like majorly scroll to get it to move. Oh, you get it as well. Okay. I think it's just a protection thingy. Well, that would make sense. Yes, Happy New Year's Eve. You woke up because of the raid. Madness. Well, luckily things aren't too disruptive here. It's usually fairly quiet for the most part. That's usually how it goes. People like to lurk. They're always friendly too. That sentence sounded weird. And yeah, people like to doze off as well. But yes, if you need to raid and run and all those things, do bits and bobs before other horrors of life, then please do so. Yes, yes. Got to keep your strength up. Thank you. Enjoy your foods. I really want to say that as Felix, but there's a W, so I keep thinking like Felix. But welcome in. But yes, I was in the process of doing some loofahs. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Yeah, I don't know how my thingy's gonna be when I go to start it, but we'll see how that goes. Me specifically? Good. I am well. I managed to wake up in the morning, actually, which was good. So that's always a plus, I guess, considering I'll be back on the Friday. You know, back to the land of work. But yes. Let's see how the loofahs go. It's probably retained a memory of me being like, so we'll see. those were the loofahs. And yes, understood red. Come back. Although, picking this time to have a shave. Wait, why now? Isn't it the night, early morning? That's a strange time to go have a shave. Rigby! Hello! Hello, hello. It is good to see you. Oh, thank you for the headpats. Great googly moogly. Whoa, whoa. Great googly moogly. Oh, there was an ether charge. Okay. Thank you for the ether charge. Oh. And it is a bit late. But I am Kaliakana. I'm a nine-tailed VTuber fox, and yeah, I do a mix of ASMR and games, although I do sometimes get more inclined to want to play stuff, but I feel that's a given at times. Thank you, Rigby, for the 5 stream streak. Good old 5. It is a very robust number. Very nice indeed. Like, there's much you can do with 5. You can sit on it, you can swing it, you can use it as a table, like, so many uses. From, like, when you look at how the number 5 actually is. The frog! That was the frog. A wooden frog, but yeah. Takes more to fit that in. Valky would be probably not the Epic 7 streamer, if it's to do with that game. She's not currently streaming at the moment. It's taking a bit of a break. Her actual name on Twitch, which ironically doesn't want to stick in my head, because it keeps pulling like Queen Valky, and I'm like, because Valky's her nickname. This is the problem when I use a nickname. Generally, I should really know names. Although I just realized I should probably like link their sites. But yeah, I've had people help me when I started. I'm really bad with names. Not intentional that I forget people's names. It's just Valky is Valky. But yeah, she helped me with a lot of stuff as well, and I remember babbling on a lot of things when we ended up talking. I think I just got carried away. But she was kind to stay through the whole of it. Although, I doubt she minded either. She speaks her mind. That's why I get on with those types of people. It's easy to understand them. But yeah, rare days. I think or it feels like only a handful of people only ever look at like the about section of a person's page. I know mine's a bit, there's a lot on there, but I'm the type that likes having sort of a load of information to look at. Some people like it small, others like to have a lot of information. I do need to add just, some more variety in there so it doesn't look so stale, but I'll get there eventually. That's fair. Yeah. Goals will always be to improve, but well, I thought I had been improving, but not really. Turns out talking basically to myself doesn't actually do anything, as in like, it's all good, I can talk to people, like conversing like this, but it's very different. I thought I had been improving because of how I was at work, but I've figured out that I do indeed have my work self. I'm still very much me, but when it comes to like getting the work done, I'm very like prioritized on that, and yeah, I have no issue talking to people or saying things that need to be said. But when it comes to, I guess, my personal side, it hasn't improved at all. I think it's gotten worse, actually, because I don't really talk to anyone on a, behind closed doors, so to speak. I'm usually very silent in people's streams. Like, I am one of those lurkers that just won't necessarily say hello. I don't know. I don't want to. It's the kind of thing of like, they don't need to take notice of me. I just want to be there. Even though I know how Twitch can be. On streaming side of things, I think I go more with, like, I can be chatty. Silly stuff usually comes from others. I tend to be... I just react to people, mainly. I try and sort of talk and mention things, but the most I can really talk about is games. I don't have, like, an abundance of knowledge of different things that people might find interesting, sadly. I know some people do, and it's grand. Because it just makes so many different things to talk about. I see. I don't inherently take things, or try to take things at, he still has the role 4 years later. I wonder if they've forgotten. Although it feels like probably not. But I am the type to, oh, what was it? There's a lot of things I can end up not picking up on sometimes. And sometimes I might not notice when either people might be joking or people might be actually being serious. I think I'm usually okay when people are joking. But I feel like because I'm kind of accepting of what people... Because, like, people are allowed to have, you know, think whatever, and as long as they're not being, like, horribly rude or putting people in danger, then I'm generally okay with people having a laugh and all that other stuff. I just might not pick up on stuff. So I can respond kind of in a more serious manner at times. I like from what I can tell, at least with the people that I work with, I very much get on well with the blunt type of people, so the straightforward types, because they just tell it how it is, and I know they're not afraid to speak up if something's wrong, because they just say it, and I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, they're very easy to get along with, which is funny because half the time they usually go, oh, you don't want to get to know me, like, I'm a terrible person, and then I get to know them and I'm like, you're great, what do you mean? They're like, oh, well, most people get put off. It's like, that's their problem. I still do overthink to a degree, but I'd say I've eased up on overthinking. Work taught me a lot in that regard at least, of learning not to care, which is an interesting thing to say, but it did help. But I'll say, if if I didn't understand something, kick rocks. mm. I just struggle to get on with people in general. That's why I like the direct ones more, and obviously the kind and polite people. I don't mind them. Ironically, I'm actually pretty good at reading body language. Like I can be pretty bad at trying to understand people through text, but body language I'm pretty good with. Because you can just see when someone's either fed up or annoyed, or if they're happy, if they're like tense, those kind of things. Like it comes through body language. I see, I see. Oh. Thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. But with societal stuff, I am terrible. I've always... I bothered for a time with some people, but then it kind of didn't work. Why is that the truth? Although I can understand thighs sounding different to like your hands or pushing it against your chest, I guess. I see, I see. I used to have it more towards the beginning of when I started streaming, but there is some... You can tell when someone's got a very big personality, so to speak. Like they're loud, but not necessarily in your face. They're just a very loud personality. And compared to me, which is fairly quiet, those types tend to override me. Because what am I supposed to do? It was a raid topic at one point. It was a raid. For some reason I heard a raid topic and I was like, 14? I was like, people are raiding? You're talking about thigh cupping in a raid? And then I was like, oh, the raid as in like a Twitch raid. I was thinking of an MMO raid. I see. A raid topic. But of course, totally nothing to do with you, I see. I see, I see. Oh, thank you for the headpads. Oh. Now my eyes being puffy. Oh. Blink. Blink lots. Maybe that will help the eyes. It gave you life. You needed 400 plus people saying that to give you life. That is a lot of thighs after all. Like, because obviously, I'm pretty sure most people will have both. So that's like, what, 800 thighs? That's a lot of thighs. Preparing stuff needs full attention. Yes. The stuff of preparation always needs the full attention. More thighs than a Walmart special. Absolutely. Although I doubt anyone's been, like, marinated or anything. You had one cream for breakfast and forgot if you took your meds. You think you did. You think you did. Is there an obvious tell if you didn't? Like, would you be able to feel if you didn't? Although that feels like something you shouldn't really forget. Oh, you wouldn't be able to tell for a few days. I see, I see. Mm-hmm. Yeah, one day usually doesn't harm, usually. Depending on the med, of course. Whoosh. I always hear people on meds though. I guess I'm semi-glad I don't have to take anything. Although I can guarantee if I went to, you know, visited doctors or something, they'd probably say, you've got this, you've got that, you should be taking this. And I'd be like, I'm okay, thank you. I deal with things in my own way. Don't need things. Although I should be on top of my skin a bit more. I've always suffered from dry skin. understandable. Like, my sister is a teacher, but she's a special needs teacher. And she's like, to me, yeah, you're autistic. And I'm like, oh, okay. Why does that matter? Just means I understand things in a different manner and take things in a different manner, that's all. Although I will admit, to generally understand most people half the time, I have to put in a lot of effort to understand what the hell they're talking about for it to make sense to me. But there are things that just rub me really the wrong way sometimes, and then I just go in a foul mood. And then I'm stuck in that mood all day, and I can't get out of it, even if I ignore it, which sucks. My way of dealing with it? Just don't talk to anyone. But in not talking to people, that eventually leads to obviously wanting to talk to people, because you get lonely. Or, you know, you just want the talking. But I am a very solitude-like person. I can go with, like, not talking for a really long while, but then I might not notice. Like, I'll not notice that, oh, I should probably talk to someone now, because else it's gonna affect me negatively. But it just gets kinda tiring, because I have to keep explaining myself to... Because obviously at work they're more normal, so quite often I'm explaining myself to others and it just kinda gets tiring. Okay. That's the thing with all these different ones though, like they're all so similar that some subtle changes somewhere or subtle differences are what make it what it actually is, but like trying to pinpoint that seems ridiculously difficult to tell. Like the way I've been isn't something that just came out of nowhere. I've always been this way. I am just me. But then I go against things sometimes where I want to like improve and all that stuff. But then I don't. Wonderful contradictions. Toby! Hello! Hello, hello. It goes okay. It goes well. I woke up in the morning for once, which made me feel more tired, so that's good. if I can manage it again, like, you know, again, then maybe I'll survive the Friday. Is it the New Year's for me yet? Not yet. It's currently coming to 6 PM, so there's another 6 hours. Yes. Yes? Yes. I mean, that is true. Although I have in the past studied psychology, so it's partially why I was able to understand a chunk of me anyway, ironically. I am very much my pace kind of person, which is slower than most, and sometimes downright like just stop dead in the tracks. But I do learn things as I go. Woof. And slowly I've been improving things as time goes on. I think things are just kind of slowed down again. Because rather than because I was stuck in a silly spiral for a long time, a very long time. But I managed to get out the spiral, and now I'm on a roller coaster. So up and down, up and down. But luckily, never the rock bottom again, because I've already been there, and I've dealt with that. It can still get pretty crazy at times, but because I've dealt with it before, I'm able to not hit there again. Because the stuff that I go through was nowhere near as bad as it was in the past, so I'm able to deal with it. Roller coasters are good though. It's better than a spiral. Happy days. Thank you for the head pats. So yeah, I'm doing things. At least with streaming, I'm aiming to try and like do the things that I never did as I was growing up. Slowly. I think having a measure of that does help. It does help yourself. Thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Also, if anyone gets curious as to why I don't end up saying names, in the sense of lurker friendliness, because I know what it's like to have your name called out when you don't really want to. I'll only say your name if you actually go to speak, because, yes, don't want you to feel awkward. Wampus! Oh! Hello! Welcome in! Welcome in, everybody! Give me 20 years! Hello, hello! Hope Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good stream. I hope you're all doing well, but yes. How was it? How are you? Very relaxing. Put my keyboard to the side. Yeah. Good stuff. It's nice when it's relaxing days. Lord knows it's gonna pick up again. And then we'll all be like, oh, I just want to lay down, kind of thing. I don't know if anyone ever ends up saying, I wish it was Christmas again, but... because Christmas is a pretty tense time, if you think about it. But I'm glad you were able to relax. If you need to do any after-stream care, then please do so. Whether it be drinks, food, sleep, or any horrible things like work, then yes, please do so. And yes, I'm Kaliakano. I am a nine-tailed VTuber fox, and I do ASMR and gaming. My ASMRs tend to be like more... I don't know, relaxing? I mean, they're all relaxing. Good to doze off to. Something like that. Whatever you take away from it, but yeah. Hopefully relaxing is generally the key thing. Oh my god. Scroll for Gondor. There we go. But yes, let me say hello to everyone. Hello Raven. Hello Wampus. Hello again. Plumpero, hello. Wackerman. I think I got everybody. Yay! But yay for relaxation. Can never go wrong with some bubbles. Yeah, copies. Aye aye. those were the ear cuppies. And thank you for the follows. Thank you kindly. Hope everybody is doing well today. Plan did go as planned, and got home late. Not gonna let my body use midnight as an excuse. Plus you're lazy and you don't want to shave your beard tomorrow. Fair enough. I'm kind of particular when I have to go do it. I wish I didn't have to, but here we are. Like literally, if I had the money to zap all the hair from my chin or whatever, or most of my face, I would. It would be painful, but because I've had someone have laser hair treatment thingy, and yeah, it's not comfortable at the very least. But yeah, I tend to do it when I'm just prior going to get, like, have a bath. So I'll shave, and then I can just relax in the bath after. And if there ends up being any, like, loose hairs or something somewhere, then, you know, easy to get off. That way you don't put on fresh clothing, and then if you did happen to miss something and didn't notice, and you're like, why am I so itchy? Some people do look good with beards though. Like, it just works for some people. They look good. I still don't, but I think my body's like slow. Nothing happens when it's supposed to. It's like 10 years behind or something. So who knows? Give it another decade and maybe I'll end up looking half decent with a beard. Who knows? But even then, I still wouldn't really want it because the skin gets so dry when you have any form of anything covering your skin. Because there was a guy at my, like, old place of work, and he had a proper good beard, and I was like, how the hell do you not get, like, dry skin, or, like, how do you keep it tidy? And he's like, there's basically stuff that you put into the beard, and it basically absorbs it and it goes down, and that's how it works. And I'm like, fair enough, but that sounds annoying. Beard routine, exactly. No thank you. I don't need a routine for a beard. I'd rather just not have it at all. Usually like having a bit of beard, nothing crazy, but after a while you shave it all off. Mine's whenever I can be asked to. I hate the thing. If I didn't have to shave it, I just would leave it, but it grows. And obviously the more you shave, the more it's gonna grow, so I'm just like, meh. I don't want it. I really don't want it. And then it throws me off when... Because technically everybody grows beards. That includes women. They do have the hairs as well. It's just you usually don't see them, and obviously the body on their side chooses not to really focus too much on it. Yay. But they are still there. But it's always weird, because I have seen some women with beards, and I don't mean like they've been changing over or anything like that with their genders and such. I mean like they're just a really old person. They're definitely a lady, but they have like a tash or something, and I'm just like, get rid of it, please. Like you shouldn't have it. It just looks not good. But again, that's subjective, isn't it? And whatever people want to deal with. And Red, thank you for the 30 stream streak. Oh, very, very nice. Thank you kindly. And thank you for the follow. Thank you. It is very kind. But yes, I shall get to the loofahs. Hello. Cameron. I'll try to remember, but I'm very bad at remembering names. But welcome in, Cameron. Yes, Red has a 30 stream streak. That's actually fair, because in terms of greetings, when it's a first time, you wouldn't technically know a person's name. That's fair. Choices. Yeah. Well, I'm Callie, or Callia, whichever one is easier for you to say. Nice to meet you. You both hit the 30s. Yeah, it's sort of a more condensed version of... This is why I changed it from the condensed version, because I struggled with the usual. I think it was something like Callius was maybe how it was originally. The term of the definition of the name, though, was to do with the change of seasons. Like you're one to change. You're not just one set colour. You sort of change how you see fit, and I was like, well, that's fitting considering I, alternate with what I'm comfortable with. But yes, I hope you're doing well. Hope it's a nice New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, depending on where you are in the world. But yes, I shall do some loofahs, so I will be incapacitated with talking. But yes, loofahs. Okie dokie, Red. Rest well. Have a good sleep. And sweet dreams. These were the loafers. Little one. Wouldn't surprise me if it was a light or something that he saw that set him off. He carries on mute. You can tell my memory's been like a sieve today. Oh my god, Scroll, why do you not like me? But yes, all the balking. He'd be that way for now. Hopefully we can end up getting him to chill out a bit more and not bark at every living thing outside the building. But you know, it might be because there's a good portion of time when he is on his own, when, you know, everyone would be at work. Hard to say. I was gonna say about the skin on my lip being kinda dry, and the first thing that pops up is like, don't forget to hydrate. And thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Oh, I need the Indeed. It's because I end up playing with the skin on my lip, which I know is usually how people are like, no, that's how you make it sore. It's like, no, I don't do it that badly. It's just whenever my lip gets dry, I just take like the edges off. I don't do anything dreadful and do the whole protective layer. That's a bad thing. I used to do that when I was younger, but not anymore. I just do what I can feel on the edge. But yeah, as I stated, it gets near the end of my time off and suddenly I feel like playing every game under the sun. I want to carry on with Atelier, I want to play Star Ocean, I want to play Rune Factory 4. All of them are massive games that are not short in the slightest. You have a new lip balm that works pretty well. I don't think I've ever used lip balm. Like, if I can feel stuff on my lips, I'm like, bugger, I need to drink more. because it's usually the case that I need to drink more. That's fair. Yeah. Understandable. The only time it would remotely get anything like that is like my summertime. But that doesn't really last for very long, so I suppose the cold can do something to the lips as well. The lips can make things, the cold can make things dry as well, because you don't notice it because it's cold. You only forget to hydrate most of the time until your throat screams for a drink of water. So you usually redeem hydrating streams, though more of a reminder for yourself. I mean, I think it works in general. That's why I have like a thing go off in my stream saying about don't forget to hydrate and stretch. Because, yeah, need to remind others as well, not just the streamer, so the message is always there. Has a time period for popping up, although it's probably quite long. That is quite bad though. That is quite the reminder you need. Well, I say the reminder, you end up remembering. But I like that it's done through reminding a streamer. Speaking of lip balms, you have one from Miso. That is Miniso? It's rose flavoured. You love the smell of it. I suppose, yeah, because it would be so near to your nose. So that's fair. A rose flavoured. So many people use thingy-bobbies. Lip balm. There's me, I'm just like, It's like how generally you should put like cream or gel or something, you know, on your hands and on your face and stuff if you suffer from dry skin, like I do. But I don't touch the stuff because I am very particular of like how things feel, especially if it ends up being sticky. I hate sticky things. And I have found gels where they just sort of absorb into the skin, so it's not too bad, but I still don't like it. Yeah, sticky, greasy, any kind of feeling is not great. And I don't like trying to wipe it down because it just then feels weird. Like you try washing them down or wiping them or whatever, and then maybe you go to clean them with, you know, your stuff that you'd wash your hands with, and it just ends up feeling the. Oh no! Once in a while. That reminds me, when I used to test concrete, obviously I can't actually remember wearing gloves, but I feel like I did. No, because the ones that were held in the water, so wearing gloves wasn't viable. Because I would be handling concrete, obviously that gets into your skin. Not a good thing, technically, especially if you're gonna eat and all that stuff. So there was sort of this special stuff we'd wash with, and it really didn't feel nice to wash with. It was very rough. It had something in it, but it worked. It sure as hell worked. Feels absolutely hard, because it's like, almost like it's scratching you, but it's not. It's an odd one. Apply lotion before sleep, because then you don't have to worry about it. I mean, yeah, but I don't even like touching it. One day I'll be like, I really need to touch this stuff. And then I won't have like dry skin. For the most part it's not too bad, but there are days where you see it and you're like, use something. I'm surprised no one tells me this, like at my work. But then again, they don't see me for the majority of the day because I just get on with my work. Oh yeah, you know you do a good job when people don't know what you're doing, and also they don't see you all day, and they have to objectively ask where you've been because they don't see you all day. It's like, I've been getting on with work. What do you expect? What else do you think I'm gonna do? And then they keep an eye on you for a while because they think you're skiving, and it's like, no. And then they, relax because they realise, oh, he is working. And it's like, well, yes. What else am I going to be doing? They're like, no, it's fine. It's like, yeah, It's like, just let me get on with my work. those bits in the ear. Oh, that works. It is an air cleaner after all. So it's kind of designed to, well, tidy it up. That dog needs to chill. But, yeah. It sounds amazing. It is a nice sound, isn't it? It's nice and soft. But yeah, I stick to my normal length of things. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you kindly. Yeah, I will look for someone to raid. guess kept the thingamabobby open. I did. It is officially New Year. Or Happy New Year. I am... Wait. At a 1/2 mark? Oh, Happy New Year. It is now 2026 for you. You still have a whole day, and I have 6 hours left. Where am I going? What am I doing? Who knows? Who knows? But let's see. Oh, blimey. Am I... Okay, that's fair. Probably might be safe. Happy New Year! It is the year of the new. Where even though there's 4 numbers, 3 2s are a 6, so there we go. 226. Happy 226. How long am I going? That's probably gonna end shortly, because it's around my usual amount. Gooba! Hello, Gooba. Hello, hello. How goes? How are you doing? I popped in the other day when you were playing Ace Attorney. Although, those games always confuse me. But I hope you're doing well. Cleaning day. Yes, yes. No, that's fine. I can do epics. Whoosh. Where's this? Glorious chores. still some time to go. Even with the lack of purple. That was the Ponten. Is that boop? Boop. Wah. Wah. Yeah, no problem. The Ponten is always nice to hear. Air cleaning is nice. It's one of those things where it's like, well, only people that would be trained in it, but having your ears cleaned, having your hair washed or brushed, and things like that are generally quite relaxing and nice. But yeah. It is a nice outfit. One of the ironically, if I spend enough time in something, I end up getting an idea of, or like I just get that, you end up getting the feeling of how things feel for that type of person. So like in FF14, because I would always be a Lalafell, obviously super duper cute, but obviously there are those types of people that are not very kind just because you're small and little. So ironically there has been discrimination in that thing, but it gives you a feel for how some people just treat little people, and it's like, wow, what the hell. A form of understanding, as it were. And ironically I've had it with this model as well, where I've semi understood how it feels to feel conscious about your body, which I never really cared about before, but with this model, it's made me get that way, and I'm like, okay, I can understand things now. I can understand why certain people would feel conscious of their bodies. So, yay, unique form of understanding. I guess it's the kind of, I've put myself in their shoes kind of thing, situation. Yeah. I'm still grateful to at least have an inkling there of how it would feel. Like, broadens my understanding of such things, even though I'm, like, very respectful anyway, but yeah, it helps to understand, even if it's just a smidge. Ironically, that's why I keep my jacket on most of the time, because originally I just had it off, because it's meh. But it kind of stays on now. It just stays there. It feels more comfortable having this on. I mean, it does block a lot of things. Like, although I never used to have my... I forget what they call it. I actually don't know what they're called anyway. There's like... It would usually be like holster straps, but it ain't a strap for holsters because it's not holding anything. You take it to more and have a good 2026. Hope you have a good rest as well when it eventually happens. A good sleep for the first rest of the year, so to speak. Yeah. And thank you for the head pats. My hair. A good old side ponytail. I just like that it stayed as long. Or rather, that I asked to keep it as long as what my hair is anyway. Yeah. Yeah, switches from what's it? Although, trying to have my old hair, that would include my fringe, is a bit awkward. So, the front just tends to stay as it is. Because I can't get my long hair to be with the front. Or like when I try to, the side ponytail tries to join the long hair, so I'm like, oh. You want it down to your butt? If I was able to do so, I'd do the same. My hair doesn't grow in length, it grows... Well, it does a tiny bit, but it likes to grow more outward than downward. So my hair just ends up looking like a... stupid. Because like the sides like to flick out. Fluffy? Yeah, in a way. It certainly does get fluffy. Especially when, like, I've just washed it. I feel like you could say the same for anybody's hair. But once you give it a wash, it's very fluffy. Kate, hello. my hair go... where is it about now? It's still short, but like my hair can go ever so slightly past the shoulders, but then like the sides of my hair, especially around the ears, tend not to want to tuck behind the ears, and it just turns into like wings going outward, and no matter what I do, no matter if I try brushing them into some other place or trying to keep them down, they don't. They just stick out like a pair of wings by my ears. So, yeah. When it gets that bad, I do eventually be like, I get my hair cut, because effectively Capricorn, effectively. Like, you can literally just imagine how Heihachi's hair is from Tekken, but instead of like the top part of his head, how it is, just move that hair to like below the ears, and it's kind of how it goes. I have to let that bit of hair grow extra long. Doesn't it? Isn't it supposed to help with long hair as well, that you sort of snip the edges? Not much, just a bit, and apparently that is meant to help it grow? Apparently. Oh. Prone to dead ends. I've not actually looked at the ends. Not that I can properly. I'd have to look into a mirror to see them properly. But, no. Considering how I am with hair, I don't think I would look very good with long hair. Maybe. I don't know. It'd be nice. The maintenance would be insane. But yeah. At least for this model, the length of my hair goes down to just past my knee, I think. It's very long. Yes. Take care, Capricorn. Have a good one. Rest well. Have a happy new year. I see. That's fair enough. Bye bye. But yes, I shall go raid out now.
Oh.
With my puffy eyes. As always, I take 20 years to decide where to send people. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm thankful for everyone being here as well. I realise it's New Year's Eve. But I do appreciate everyone being here too. And if it was comfy, then yay, good stuff. Oh, itch. Itchy forehead. Yeah. The next time we see everybody, it'll be next year. Ah ha 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 ha. Thank you, Rigby. Thank you, Toby. Katya, thank you as well. I butcher names, by the way. Never know where to send people. Maybe Noodle, because it's been a while. I know she went back home for Christmas. But why not? Whoosh. It lets me. Oh my word. Why do I always get surprised when I go to raid and it actually works? I was gonna say, was this done backwards? Okay. The Discord is there if anyone like likes to chat and stuff. It's small, but like yeah, it is like how I am. So we're getting there. But I'll always reply when I see things. The YouTube is there. That's where I put all my VODs and my weekly video every Sunday. The first raid message is if you're subbed, and the one with the hearts is if you're not. But yes, thank you all for being here. Thank you for the follows, thank you for the raids. I hope you all have a good New Year's Eve / New Year's Day. And yeah, keep your liquids up, stay safe. I'll see you tomorrow for something. Bye bye.